Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday, May 19th, 2023, and I'm standing alongside the Kaagbaan, currently in use for arrivals together with runway 36 right. We're waiting for the next traffic to arrive. Looking on flight radar, there is a train of airplanes that is coming this way. The first one of which looks like Emirates Sky Cargo 777 arriving from Aquadilla, and there are a couple of planes behind it. An A330-300 arriving from Portland, A321 from British Airways arriving from London Heathrow, A320 arriving from Dublin from Aer Lingus, and another A330 from Delta Airlines arriving from New York JFK. Goedemorgen Koenie, goedemorgen Wilma, goedemorgen, good morning Tiriliri, en Studio Jaja, Gijsbeurs, Erwin, goedemorgen, Sander, goedemorgen. Another early bird catches the worm stream. We're waiting for the triple that is now over land, the A330 almost. The 777 from Emirates Sky Cargo, 777 freighter, departed from Aguadilla 7 hours and 39 minutes ago. Hey there Marius, goedemorgen, good morning. So the 777 we are awaiting, 777 freighter, 10 years old, first flight November 2012. It is now in the vicinity of the Kaag beacon. Also a little place called the Kaag, which is after which the runway I'm standing next to is referred to, is called after. Hey Sebastian, goedemorgen, good morning. Jorn, goedemorgen. Indeed, lekker vroeg. Early bird catches the worm. Now at the moment, in the meantime I can show you a bit of the big picture. It is nice weather, spring-like. And I also see the 777 arriving in the distance. You guys can see it is beautiful weather. The sun is out. I did learn from yesterday, and I did bring along my winter parka. I'm still standing in my winter jacket. But as the morning progresses, I also have a vest with me, so I can easily switch into something lighter, and if it gets really warm I can always just stand out in my t-shirt. For the time being, I think keeping my hands and arms warm is a necessity with the current temperatures. It is still 11 degrees centigrade at the moment, so that is approximately 52 degrees Fahrenheit. It is set to get warmer over the day, warmer than yesterday also. But there is a bit of wind blowing, not a lot. 7 knots or so from the northeast, sorry. So that means that the pilots coming to 06 at the moment are facing headwind. During the day, it's comfortable going out in your t-shirt or even a sweater. But in the early morning hours, it is still a bit chilly. But the sun is out, no precipitation in the weather forecast for today. So, excellent morning. Goedemorgen Roy. Enjoying the sun in Tenerife on his holiday destination. Hope you are enjoying. Steve88, good morning. Nice of you to join us again on this live stream. Now, I had a look yesterday evening before deciding on whether I would go out in the morning or in the afternoon, and if I would go for arrivals or departures, and I chose morning arrivals because if I look correctly, before or until 12 p.m. we are expected to see 3 747s, and also, if I'm not mistaken, 2 A350s, and going for departures or going out in the afternoon, that would not be the case. So I figured this is the best time slot and the best choice to show you guys. love the sound. The 300s and the freighters have that nice whir, or whatever you would call it. They make that extra sound that you often don't hear on the 200s. Hey there Jens, goedemorgen, good morning. Richard, goedemorgen. How's life in Rotterdam? Now quickly turning around the camera because there is an A330 underway. There we go. Delta Airlines Flight 178 Airbus A330-300 arriving from Portland, Oregon, where it left 9 hours and 18 minutes ago. And this airplane is 19 years old, had its first flight in March 2004. And a fly landed on my camera screen. Had to blow it off away. Haha, nog steeds feest in Rotterdam. Nice, Richard. Hey Matthias, good morning. Hope everybody is doing well on this Friday, the day after Ascension Day. We took off with departures on Ascension Day and now we are arriving to the weekend with some morning arrivals over here at Schiphol Airport, runway 06, de Kaagbaan. Indeed, Roy. A bit of AMS live before breakfast is the best start of the day. That and breakfast, of course. Sander's timing, how long the airplanes take when they fly over his home in Katwijk until they are in the field of view over here. I would say 5 minutes or so, probably, maybe even less. Next up, Airbus A321 British Airways Flight 428 arriving from London Heathrow, where it departed 43 minutes ago. This A321 is 18 years old, had its first flight in September 2004. Hey Bart, goedemorgen man, alles goed? Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets. Rien ne va plus. I want numbers in the exact seconds. This is too close to call. 3.5 minutes, 5 minutes. Hey Benjamin. Good morning. Griepje te pakken? Hoe dan? Still under the weather because of the flu. I thought the flu season had passed by now. Wetenschap man. Hey Gosse, goedemorgen. Kun je me horen vanaf hier? Are you sitting in your backyard? If so, if I scream you can probably hear me. Hey Marissa, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Hope that nobody else has the flu at the moment other than Bart. It is still, I did hear a lot of people talking about having flu symptoms over the last couple of weeks. It is a prolonged flu season apparently this year. A320 Aer Lingus arriving from Dublin. I was wondering what I was hearing, but I think it's these birds. Now, don't get me started on what kind of birds they are. Are they crows or caws or something else? Demon birds? I don't know. I'll leave that up to you guys to determine. This would be Delta Airlines Flight 48, Airbus A330-300 arriving from New York JFK. It left there 6 hours and 29 minutes ago. This airplane is 6 years old and had its first flight in March 2017. Okay, crows. Well, they do make some noise. We did see the Schiphol scarecrow earlier, not too long ago. But at the moment I don't see the yellow pickup trucks in the vicinity. Now as long as they stay put, they are no danger for the pilots. Hey Leen, goedemorgen, good morning. Exactly, Bart, butter machines. They churn out soft landings almost every time. Although I did know that someone in the stream mentioned not too long ago that they were on a flight that was actually quite bumpy when they touched down. But most of the time, silky smooth. Now next up is an Air Baltic A220. And this one is arriving from Zurich, flight 724, left Zurich an hour and 5 minutes ago. And this airplane is 4 years old, had its first flight in May 2019. Alright, 5:09 when passing you, 5:22 when doing the touchdown. Sander is timing everything. Nice to know exact figures. Hey there, good morning CJ, good morning Terry. Hope everybody is doing well. CJ in Spain, probably quite sunny and warm already. Terry in the UK. I think the UK is also having better weather these days now, don't they? Aren't they? Let's see, where is the next airplane? There it is. It is an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1684 arriving from Bilbao. It left there an hour and 51 minutes ago and this airplane is 5 years old, had its first flight in January 2018. Hey Kampusk, Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you again. Looks like he's doing a little wheelie. Also, it's a very gentle landing there. Hey, Andy Apps, good morning. How's life? Good to see you again. Seems that everybody is reporting having sunshine over at where they are staying or living. Excellent. I think we're overdue over here in Europe. So this is KLM flight 1692, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Lisbon, where it left 2 hours and 40 minutes ago. This particular airplane, 12 years old, first flight March 2011. Hey Jerry, good morning, or I should say good night, good evening. What is it? 9 hours time difference, right? So it's still evening, still just before midnight in Portland, isn't it? Still Thursday over there. Right, next up, E2 Embraer 195, KLM flight 932, arriving from Dublin in Ireland, where it left 1 hour and 12 minutes ago. This particular airplane, 2 years old, first flight April 2021. Exactly, Jerry. Still Thursday over there. Still Ascension Day. Good to see you again, mate. I must say I am starting to grow more fond of that whistling sound that you hear typically after those E2 Embraer 195s. Very unique sound that is typical for the E2s. Haven't heard it with other airplanes. Pub crawl day. How nice. So you're off to the pub then in a few moments. Right, next up another Embraer 175 coming from Inverness in Scotland. This is KLM flight 922. It left Inverness 1 hour and 13 minutes ago, and this airplane is 6 years old already, had its first flight in May 2017. Hey there Gustav, good morning. Sunny Denmark, Denmark too, okay, Denmark check, Germany check, everybody so far has reported sunshine. So next up will be a TUI Dreamliner after this little Embraer. So for those of you just tuning in, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Friday and we are standing alongside runway 06, the Kaagbaan. Currently one of the two runways in use for arrivals, together with runway 36 right. Wind is blowing from the northeast, so basically headwind for the pilots landing on this runway. Not too hard, 7 knots or so. You can still see birds in the water. Here goes a coot hiding behind the somewhat overgrown sides along the water over here. I've noticed that yesterday as well. They haven't cut the lawn in a while, and it has been wholesome weather for grasses, etc. to grow. TUI flight 361, arriving from Aruba Oranjestad, left there 8 hours and 54 minutes ago. This airplane is 8 years old. March 2015 was its first flight. No need to tell you that this is a Dreamliner. Bam, and spoilers go up and away goes the flex. Gustav asks what the weather in Holland is like. Well, at least around Schiphol I can show you quickly. This would be the current status quo. Current air temperature is around 11 degrees centigrade, so that is approximately 52 degrees Fahrenheit. With the wind it is still a little bit chilly, so I am still wearing a jacket, but I did bring along a vest, so as the morning progresses and it gets warmer, I can switch into something less warm. This would be KLM flight 588. Airbus A380-200 arriving from Lagos, where it departed 5 hours and 50 minutes ago. This airplane is 16 years old and had its first flight in November 2006. Smooth as silk, as they usually are. Well, the sun is also out on that side, Sander, so I can imagine that they would close the window shutters on that side. Can get very warm in those airplanes, even when they do have the air conditioning on. This would be KLM flight 606, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from San Francisco. This airplane left San Francisco 9 hours 43 minutes ago, and this airplane is 3 years old, had its first flight in January 2020. Jean-Yves, salut! Comment ça va? Good to see you again, my man. Peter, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Nice of you to join us again on this beautiful Friday. It will be a morning relatively heavy on the heavies, and I had a look yesterday at the traffic expected. if I'm not mistaken, we should see the arrival of 3747s this morning. Now the downside of the current runway configuration is that we might also miss them and see them only from a distance if they are going to land on runway 36 right. So fingers crossed. Hey there, Soviet SSR. Good morning, good to see you again. Nice of you to join us again on this Friday morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Got a lot of reports back from the people watching and active in the chat that they are having sunny weather. So hopefully it applies to all of you. Next up, another 787-10 Dreamliner. We had one arriving from San Francisco just now, and this one is arriving from LAX, KLM flight 602. Left LAX 9 hours 41 minutes ago. This Dreamliner is brand new. Had its first flight last year in June. Hey Martin. Goedemorgen, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you again. Oh dear, not sunny in Portland. Huh, who would have thought at this time of day? Now you would expect the landings this morning to be soft and gentle, all of them, because the wind is blowing basically from the direction the airplanes are landing in. On average the wind is coming from 050 degrees and this runway is of course 06, so only a 10 degree offset, 7 knots, so that's nothing to write home about. Gustav, you're absolutely right. It will be a lovely day, at least in Holland. And if the weather is similar over there to what it is over here, I'm quite sure that it will be a beautiful day as well for you guys over there. So this would be United Airlines flight 909 that is coming this way. It is a Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner, the smallest of the bunch, arriving from Chicago O'Hare. Left Chicago 7 hours 22 minutes ago, and this Dreamliner is 10 years old already, had its first flight in October 2012. Now looking on flight radar, I don't see any immediate traffic following this airplane. We'll have to look after this one has landed. See what the pipeline looks like. And boom, down go the window, the wings, and away is the curvature of the flexed wings. In the meantime, Jerry, thank you so much for your super chat. Nice view, nice sound, he says. I'm glad you enjoy it. Always a pleasure to have you on the stream, and if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, do consider subscribing to the channel. It really helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this. Plus it allows you the possibility to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you get a heads up. And if you have the time for it and are feeling like it, you can join us for more live streaming action over here. Now, there is an A320neo coming this way. There's also a 777 from Qatar, expected to land on 36 right, coming in from Doha. Now, those of you who have seen me stream from this point of view will know that after a few moments the airplane will disappear behind the buildings over here on the left. But you can still see something. And then this happens, which is a good moment for me to turn around the camera back to where the incoming traffic from 06 is coming from. Forgot to zoom out there. There we go. Love the fact that the sun is out, but it is obscuring my screen sometimes, which makes looking for the airplanes a bit difficult. Okay, so next up, A320neo in the neo livery from EasyJet, flight 22513, arriving from London Luton. Left there 39 minutes ago. This airplane is 5 years old already, had its first flight in April 2018. Hey there, Patch. Good evening, I think. What's the time difference with mainland Europe and Auckland, New Zealand at the moment? Over here it is 9 AM. It's probably late afternoon or early evening over there. Nice to see you again. Hope you're well. Always interesting if you think about it. So Patch's day is already mostly over. Our day over here has just begun. And Jerry, who is in Portland, Oregon, his Friday has only just begun. Fascinating to, if you think about it. Hey, there's Super G checking in from India and flying home to Edinburgh via Frankfurt. Total flying time 14 hours. What kind of airplanes will you be flying on? Hey Dennis, goedemorgen. Remco, goedemorgen. Good morning to you both. Hope you both are doing well. Nice of you to tune in again. So this is an A330-300 from Delta Airlines, flight 142, arriving from Seattle. Left Seattle. Oh, it doesn't say. Huh? Okay. Doesn't say so. Doesn't say the flight time. Okay, interesting. Now, let me tell you then what I can see over here. That the airplane is 15 years old and had its first flight in August 2007. Flying time will probably be in the vicinity of 9 hours or so. Ooh, he's doing a wheelie. Can you see? Ooh, that was a nice wheelie. Oh, that's a nice prospect there, Dennis. Going to Bonaire later today. On your way to Schiphol. Hopefully you won't get any delays. Are you traveling? Are you getting dropped off by car, or are you going by public transportation? No traffic jams on the roads, I think, at the moment. A lot of people have taken an extra day off after Ascension Day to get a long weekend. Hey daar Mol, goedemorgen. Alles goed? Leuk dat je er weer bent. Nice to see you again. So next airplane that is coming is Vueling, flight 8354 A320neo, also arriving from Bilbao. Flight time an hour and 45 minutes. The airplane 3 years old, first flight July 2019. Ooh, nice. Get to fly the A340. Quad-engined airplanes for passenger operations, of course, becoming ever rarer these days with all the noise and environmental considerations. Hey there, good morning. Yeah, what's your name? What are those characters? I wish I knew your name. If you could write it in our alphabet, I can call you by your name and wish you good morning properly. But welcome nonetheless. Nice of you to join us, and also nice to interact with all the other people in the chat. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to interact with the other people and with me in the chat. Except for Kuni, we don't bite. And Kuni only if you give permission. Hey there, Ralph, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Now folks, Susutumo, welcome. Nice of you to join us. Hope you are enjoying yourself on this Friday. Where are you from? Are those Japanese? I thought so. Well, welcome. It is afternoon over there, so konnichiwa. Here we have an EasyJet A320neo in the Europe car livery, or rather, I think it's more the standard livery with a sticker of a car rental company placed on it. EasyJet flight 22161 arriving from Manchester, left 51 minutes ago, and this airplane is 3 years old, had its first flight in October 2019. Hey, the Moo, good morning. Sampong, good morning. The Moo just returned from Amsterdam 2 weeks ago. Loved it, excellent. Well, Amsterdam, I don't think there are a lot of people that dislike Amsterdam, except for maybe the people who live in Amsterdam that are always complaining about how everything is getting so crowded. But most of them are import from the outer regions of the Netherlands as well, and then they often are said to be hypocritical. Now at the moment, don't see any airplanes arriving for 06. I do see on flight radar that there is a Finnair A380 underway. Now, unfortunately, it is going to 36 right, and unfortunately I can only show you this. But let me at least show you what we can see. Now it is a standard livery A350, standard Finnair livery. But still, would have been nice to see it land over here. I think there's also a Delta A350 arriving later this morning. And as it is coming from the west, we should probably see it for 06 later in the stream, later in the morning. Indeed, Peter. Red light district is always something that people are enjoying. Erwin, it's been a pleasure to have you on board again. Enjoy the rest of your day. If we see you later, then until later. If not, take care, and enjoy the rest of the day, and I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Alright, now let's have a look. It seems that incoming traffic is now not being it seems like the Finnair was probably the last one to go to 36 right, because I see a Dreamliner arriving from Delhi, and if 36 right were open still, you would expect it to go to that runway, and they are now flying to the southwest, basically downwind. So it seems that 06 is the only runway open for arrivals at the moment, which is nice because there is a 787-10 arriving from Delhi, and there's also from the west arriving a KLM A330-300. We're still waiting. The first airplane will be an A320 from Air France, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Don't see it yet. Will become visible in a moment, so don't go anywhere, people. Alright, did a little rehydration there. Hey Tim, goedemorgen. Alles goed? Alright, so there are a couple of planes that are coming this way. I think I see the lights on the A320. Let's see if we can pick that up. Well, it focuses on the foreground. I do know that if I press on the screen, I can change the focus. Now the question is, does the camera, will it pick up that? It's still a small speck in the distance. I try pushing the object it needs to focus on, and it does seem there is a little square around the airplane, but it doesn't look like it's getting more sharper. So let me turn that back to autofocus. Hey, morgen Han. Yeah, today the fly and mosquito situation is a bit worse than last time I was here. There was more wind back then, so I think it has to do with the wind. But the first time I was here, when there were a lot of mosquitoes, I never got bitten. So the upside is I will probably live. But there are more mosquitoes at the moment here than there were the last time I was here. Now, while we're waiting, let me also show you. I was arriving here and there was already a big crowd of plane spotters with their big cameras. Now there's also a bird over here chilling in the grass. Hey Paul, good morning, good to see you. How are you, my friend? And there's also a heron sitting over there, or at least walking over there in the grass, which is really close to the runway, which begins... I think this is where it begins. Anyway, the A320 close enough to get it sharp in view, so there we go. Air France flight 1340 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, where it left 42 minutes ago. This airplane is 13 years old, had its first flight in November 2009. Hey YouTube fan, good morning. Good to see you. Ronald, goedemorgen. Frank, good morning, goedemorgen. ER fotografeert. Checking in from Nuremberg. Good morning, herzlich willkommen. Guten Morgen. Up next, Air Astana A321neo arriving from Attirau, if I say that somewhat properly. Left 6 hours ago from that origin, and this airplane is 6 years old, had its first flight in May 2017. Hey there Joseph, good morning. Good to see you again, hope you're well. Loas Aviation, good morning. Nice of you to join us, good morning. Hope you're well. Josegi, checking in from Mombasa again, good to see you. How are you, my friend? So for those of you tuning in just now, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy and these are arrivals on runway 06. Which at the moment appears to be the only runway in use for arrivals again. Earlier 36 right was also open, but now it looks like everything is coming to 06. Let's quickly turn around the camera because there is a Dreamliner arriving and it is close by already. It is the 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Delhi, KLM flight 872. Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner and left Delhi 8 hours and 33 minutes ago. This airplane is 2 years old, had its first flight in May 2020. Hey Ina, guten Morgen. How are you? Good to see you again. So the current wind is blowing from the northeast, approximate on average 050 degrees, 7 knots or so, so nothing to write home about. This is runway 06, so the pilots landing on this runway are facing mostly headwind. Temperature is increasing, was around 11 degrees when I started with the live stream. It's going towards 20 degrees later this day. KLM 676 is what we are looking at. A330-300 arriving from Edmonton, Canada. This airplane left Edmonton 8 hours and almost 15 minutes ago, and the airplane is 11 years old, had its first flight in March 2012. And yes, Ina, I'm doing well. I'm still standing here in my winter parka because the low temperature and the wind can make it easy to get cold hands and cold arms. But I did bring a vest with me so that when the temperature gets higher, I am able to switch to something more appropriate. Hey Janus, good morning. Sunny Athens? Well, greetings to you back from sunny Amsterdam. It is very much spring-like over here, including all the bugs that come with it. A lot of people already at the Spottersplaats over here, well, unofficial Spottersplaats, all carrying massive lenses, monopods. Really nice to see them all in action. They spoke different languages, so also people from abroad coming over here to do some photography. A lonely quacker in the distance. Haven't seen the mama ducks with their ducklings yet, but who knows, we might will later. 2 airplanes visible in the distance. If I can get focus again, or something resembling focus. First up is KLM flight 1778, Embraer 190, arriving from Hamburg in Germany. Left 45 minutes ago from Hamburg, and this airplane is 9 years old. First flight February 2014. Behind it is a Vueling A320, flight 8300, arriving from Barcelona. Left Barcelona an hour and 53 minutes ago in the A320 number 2, that is 10 years old, had its first flight in April 2013. Hey there Livia, goedemorgen, good morning. It is an amazing day. And unfortunately, where Paul is at the moment, it isn't sunny. Do wish that we could send you some sunshine over there. Now after the A320 from Vueling will be a big bird. Visible already in the distance. 777. I'll give you the details in a moment. Now, if I did my homework correctly yesterday evening, up to 12 o'clock, we should see 3 747s coming to Schiphol. Now, it's always a matter of, are they going to go to this runway or not? But I thought I saw 3 Queens scheduled for this morning. First up will be Garuda Indonesia, and it is the number 5 worldwide tracked airplane. Arriving from Jakarta in the retro livery, so do take notice, this is a very pretty airplane. Garuda Indonesia Flight 88 arriving from Jakarta, 777-300ER, 8 years old, left 13 hours and 48 minutes ago, so more than half a day underway to arrive over here. Let me just shut up so we can enjoy the beautiful sound that this airplane undoubtedly will make as it passes us by in a moment. Well, hopefully the people who were checking this flight on Flight Radar have found the stream in advance and were able to see it live and on Flight Radar. If you did and you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, welcome to AMS Live, and do consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't done so already. We film stuff like this all the time, so if you're into this, do consider subscribing. Next up will be EasyJet A319 arriving from Bristol, flight 22921. This A319 is 13 years old, had its first flight in November 2009, and it left Bristol 56 minutes ago. And yes, Ronald, a lot of bugs on this location. Now, they do leave me alone, so I'm not bothered by them too much. But they are very prevalent at the moment. And Aeroflot Aviation says, try to pronounce my name. So what is your name? And hello to you too. Hey Ronald, goedemorgen. Welcome to the stream, hope you're well. Okay, let me give it a go. Declan? Declan? Hey, Airport Holland, goedemorgen. Good morning, hope you're well. Good to see you again. Okay, so let me have a look. It looks like there is a moment of quiet for now. I did believe I saw someone yeah, exactly. That the 747 was, that A747 was in Dutch airspace, and indeed I see that Suparna arriving from Nanjing is now flying over the province of Drenthe. So that is probably still 20 or so minutes out. Ah, yes. So Declan. Where's the accent? Is it the first syllable or the second syllable? Is it Declan or Declan? And Frank's name is Nick. Excellent. Looks like most of the viewers are already wide awake and very sharp and witty. I like that. Goedemorgen Tim, good morning. Checking in again. Nice to see you. Hope you're well. Now, we're waiting for the next air traffic to come in the vicinity. So in the meantime, let us have a look at what's going on the platform. And over here in the foreground, we have the north part of the cargo platform. It is situated on both sides of runway 0624. So this would be the north side. And we see a 777 and yeah, another 777. Now, are they loading or unloading? I can't use my digital power zoom. The wind, fortunately, is not that strong. Let me re-enable it. I did switch it off again. I have it off as a default, but now you can see the heat distortion. That's always an issue, but at least the footage is not as shaky as when it is windy, so you can at least see something. Now, are they loading or unloading? That's the question. If it goes in, they are loading. Looks like it's going in. I think it is, yeah, they are moving it in. So they are loading this airplane. Or is it? Or was that just a Fata Morgana? Huh. Hard to see if they are loading or unloading. So this is the second airplane. Let's see what's going on with the 777 from Emirates. That is a bit closer. Maybe we can see things. Well, is there something going on or not? There is. Is that someone standing there? No. They do load them fully up, don't they? Look at that. They even stack everything in a bow, in an arch, so that it can maximally fit inside the airplane. Hey there Kifa, good morning. Welcome to AMS Live. All other viewers who have meanwhile joined us, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're waiting for traffic. It is coming, but there is a momentary lull, so we are having a closer look at what is going on the cargo platform, at least the part that we can see from over here. There is also... Hey lieve, goedemorgen. Goeiemorgens deze morgen. So this is one part of the cargo area, but on the other side of the runway, the south side, there is also a cargo area. A lot of logistics companies, but unfortunately from this vantage point there is a big pile of sand that blocks the view. We are able to see a few tails of, well, the leftmost is probably a triple and the rightmost looks like KLM 747, but that's a bit of a gamble. Also, for those of you interested, in the background is a radio tower that is at Amsterdam Rai. And if you look in the distance in the middle of the screen, in the background there is the Rembrandt Tower, also in Amsterdam, and here you would see the business part. The Zuidas is what it's called. Around WTC station, South WTC station. It's a business center of Amsterdam where a lot of banks and also law firms are located. Now in the meantime, traffic is coming closer by, still not in view, but we are awaiting traffic and it will arrive in a few minutes. Now nothing is going on at the Emirates Schiphol, so let's pan and zoom in a little bit into what is going on over here. Okay, Ralph has to leave, unfortunate, but it was nice to have you around. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully we'll see you again soon. Hey there Amelie, good morning. Goedemorgen, nice of you to join us again. Let me have a look at the runway usage app. It seems that there are now parallel departures taking place from 36 left and 36 center, and Kaagbaan 06 is at the moment the only runway open for arrival, so all traffic that you can see on flight radar will be coming this way. There's an Embraer 195 from SAS arriving from Copenhagen. I think it will go before the 737 that is from Air Europa and arriving from Madrid. I do hear some airplane rumble in the distance, and I think departing traffic from 36 center is also visible from over here. So I'm looking to my left to see if maybe we can see something going on over there. Now you can see just how much cargo is being transported each day just by the sheer amount of cargo stacks on the ground over there. And if you look, nice perspective is a little van, and you can just see how big those stacks actually are. Let me have a look. I think we might start seeing the first airplane in a moment. So I'm going to turn off the digital zoom once again. And Livia asks a question that is not a stupid question. Very good question. We do get the A380 over here at Schiphol. Emirates flies one flight a day, flight 147. So there's one flight arriving from Dubai and going back to Dubai each day. Now the time it arrives is usually 2 p.m. and it usually goes back to Dubai again around 3:30, 4 o'clock p.m. local time. Ooh! There is a beautiful grebe swimming along just now. On its own. And around the corner it is already. And I did see a coot hiding. Where is it? Is it more to the left? I think it is. To the left of the wooden poles. Now The camera focuses on the foreground. Can I show? Well, you can see it, but you cannot see it in focus. I'm trying to see if I can override the camera focus and focus in on what is in the background, but I think the grass is too much in the way. Alright then, well. Back to the airplanes it is then. We've had a bit of a lull, but now there is more action upcoming. This is an Embraer 195 from SAS, operated by SAS Link. Flight 2551, arriving from Copenhagen, where it left an hour and 1 minute ago. This Embraer 195 long range is 15 years old, had its first flight in January 2008. It is relaxing, isn't it? FJWH. And nice setup, indeed. Right, time to zoom out, turn back to where airplanes are coming from. Next up is going to be a Boeing 737 from Air Europa, arriving from Madrid, flight 1091. 737 this time round, not a Dreamliner. You often see the Dreamliner arriving from Madrid. Not today. 737-800. It left Madrid 2 hours and 8 minutes ago, and this Boeing 737-800 is 5 years old, had its first flight in April 2018. I like how everybody keeps calling Wilma HWA. You can call her Wilma. That's her name. Sounds very impersonal, doesn't it, when you get called HWA all the time? Maybe you should change your initials to Wilma in your name. Makes it easier for people to remember, perhaps. Next up is Turkish, flight 1951, Airbus A330-300. Arriving from Istanbul, left there 2 hours 53 minutes ago. The airplane is 8 years old, first flight March 2015. What queen is nearly straight behind me, Han? Am I missing something? The Suparna. Oh, okay, yeah. I was thinking about which 747 you guys were referring to, but it is flying over there, flying downwind now. Now the wires of my camera are improperly. I had to rotate from the other way around for the camera wires not to get tangled up. Yeah, so this is the Suparna 747. We'll see in a few moments. Before we are going to see it land, there are two more planes preceding it. The first one of which is El Al Flight 337, and it is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Tel Aviv, where it departed 4 hours and 7 minutes ago. This airplane is 5 years old, had its first flight in January 2018. Rondje van de zaak, indeed. You have to be careful with the wires as it go. Now for some reason it did sound a bit noisy when it was still coming towards me. More whistly, if you can call it like that, than I'm typically used to from Dreamliners. So the quackers are there, but they are hiding just around the corner apparently. Next up will be Lufthansa Flight 986 Airbus A321 arriving from Frankfurt, where it departed 46 minutes ago. This Airbus is 12 years old, had its first flight in January 2011. And after that, a Boeing 737 from KLM arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. We'll have to wait a little bit before the Queen of Suparna is coming. But don't go anywhere. Or if you need to go to the bathroom, go quickly now and be back in time before the Suparna 747 comes in view. Indeed, Gijsbers, there's also another Ryanair 737 as number 3. So the Suparna will be number 4 then. No, and I saw mentioned that today's Emirates A380 will be in the Destination Dubai livery. I forgot to check that because I expected it to arrive later in the day. What was its ETA again? Let me scroll back up. 1244. And Gijsbers asks if I see a Cessna flying continuously over Schiphol. I'm looking up in the sky. I haven't heard it at least. Looking to see if I maybe seeing it. No, don't see it. Don't see it, and I also don't hear anything actually. Is there a Cessna flying around Schiphol as the mosquitoes are flying around me? Oh, 14,000 feet. I have to look higher up then. Just checking behind me. There are a few cirrus clouds forming at the moment, so contrast is a bit suboptimal. Don't see anything. Also don't hear anything, to be honest. This would be KLM flight 1224, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, where it departed 40 minutes ago. This airplane is 15 years old, had its first flight in May 2008. Killing you much, but still you live to tell the tale in the chat. Yeah, the early bird catches the worm, and yesterday evening I had a look at the expected arrivals and departures today, and I thought that the most opportune time to go out for a live stream would be in the morning and would be for arrivals. Hey Ralph, goedemorgen. So everybody who has just joined us, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. You are watching arrivals on runway 06, and in the foreground we have a Ryanair Boeing 737. But behind it is a Suparna 747. Thank you for the kind words, Ingo and Steffi. Hope you guys enjoyed your stay in Wassenaar and Den Haag. And good morning, Aeolus Capital. Now, there is a quick peek of the Ryanair touching down. That was a bit of a typical Ryanair landing. You could see the fuselage bump up and down as the main landing gear touched down. Looked a bit hard. Enough about that. Time for the first queen of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Suparna Airlines arriving from Nanjing, flight 87411. This is a Boeing 747-400. Left Nanjing 10 hours and 50 minutes ago. This airplane 25 years old and had its first flight in January 1998. Now, if you're liking what you're seeing and you haven't done so already, consider subscribing to the channel. It greatly helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this. Plus, it also allows you the chance to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you get notified. And if you have the time for it and are feeling like it, can join us for more live streaming action over here from Schiphol Airport, where airplanes such as this 747 arrive on a regular basis. Hey there, Michael Nobus, goedemorgen. Good morning, hope you're well. Let me shut up now so we can enjoy the sound of this 747. Also hear the reverse thrusts there. Hey Ronald, hey there Peter, you guys tuned in just in time. And Aeolus Capital, I do believe it might have been the first officer landing there. It did look like a bit of a bumpy landing, despite the lack of stormy wind. Right, so behind me is an EasyJet A319 arriving from Birmingham. I am going to keep an eye out on what the 747 is going to do. I think that Suparna typically goes to the right and to the south side of the cargo part of the platform. And it does seem to be going that way again. Which is unfortunate because that means that we will lose it out of sight as it taxis back to its parking place. Because of that stupid big pile of sand or whatever it is. It's been lying there for so long already. Blocking our view. Let me re-enable digital zoom, see what we can pick up without the image getting too distorted. Let me also take this moment for to take a sip of water. And indeed, Tomo, there is an A350 from Delta arriving, now flying in the vicinity of the Kaag, so I'm going to turn around the camera in time for us to see Delta Airlines Flight 74 arrive. Guten Morgen, Christian. Checking in from Essen. Herzlich willkommen. Hope you're doing well. And I don't know, Han, if that pile of is old tarmac or not. It does have the color of tarmac, but to be honest, I have no idea what it is. I know it's in the way. It's been blocking our view for a long time now, for months. And it doesn't seem to get any better anytime soon. Now, from what I could tell from standing next to the McDonald's on the other side of the platform and zooming in from that side, is that the Suparnas are typically on that side as well, so they don't come much closer by than what the airplane is currently located at, probably. Ronald used to work in the Queen of the Skies. How awesome! What did you do then? All right, so zooming back out, also quickly disabling the digital zoom. Hey there, Richard. Good morning. Nice of you to join us. Thanks for your kind words. I will try to keep it up. I feel like finally I've worked out all the kinks I've been having with audio and video quality. I think we're in a good place now, but fingers crossed that I'm not jinxing it by saying it out loud. We are looking at the arrival of Delta Airlines Flight 74. It is an A350-900 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, where it left 7 hours and 30 minutes ago. This airplane is 3 years old, had its first flight in June 2019. Hey Richard, goedemorgen, good morning. Nice to see you. And Christian asks, are there still MD-11s out that are used for passenger flights? I don't have the answer, but I think it's a very good question. It's something I would also be interested in learning. So is somebody out there who knows? And Livia has to go. Thank you for joining us, Livia. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope we will see you again in upcoming streams. Enjoy the rest of your Friday, and see you for now. Hey there, Brian. Good morning. Checking in from Toronto. Hope you're well, mate. How's life over there? Thijs, goedemorgen. You just missed the 747, the first queen of the day. If you wind back 10 minutes or so, you can still see it land, the Suparna 747. But don't check it after we've seen the A350 land. I think there were two scheduled to arrive in the morning until 12 p.m. and one of them was the Finnair that landed on 36 right that I was only able to show you from a distance. This one is more up close, fortunately. Okay, so the MD-11 no longer possible to fly as a passenger. And it's already a couple of years ago that KLM retired their MD-11s for passenger flights. Very unfortunate. Maybe in a few decades from now they will do tours in them for tourists like they are doing with the Dakotas these days over here in the summer. Although Dakotas fly much slower than MD-11s, which makes them more suitable to also do low-level flights over tulip fields or something. Let me have a look on the runway usage app, and it says that 06 is still the only runway in use for arrivals, so all traffic you see on flight radar destined for Amsterdam will be coming to this runway. We'll have to wait a few moments, but there is a Dreamliner arriving from Air Canada. Suzu Nanato, good morning, checking in from Japan as well. How nice. It is still, oh no, it's evening there, 10, 19, yeah, konbanwa. Then, we are awaiting the arrival of Air Canada Flight 808, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Toronto, and that is an airplane that left Toronto 6 hours 47 minutes ago and is 5 years old, had its first flight in April 2018. Awesome, James is checking two live shows at once, also tuning into Sid Squad in Sydney and then AMS Live. Well, I'm honored that one of the two streams is that you chose AMS Live. There are a lot of live streaming channels these days, so really pleased that one of the two you're watching is this one. Hey Wendy, goedemorgen. Ralph, goedemorgen. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well too. It is sunny over here. I'm still standing in my parka, which I did bring along because of the somewhat low temperatures and the wind. It seems that the wind is slowing down and the temperatures are going up, so I am considering switching the parka and exchanging it for a vest, which is a bit more airy and less warm. But better too warm than too cold. Now, and as you guys can see, the sun is out, it is beautiful weather. There are some more mosquitoes over here than there were the last time I was standing here. Tomo has to go. Thank you, Tomo, for joining us once again. It's been a pleasure to have you on the stream. Hope to see you again soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Yorkshire, good morning. Tomo goes, Tomo goes and Yorkshire comes. Nice to see you, Yorkshire. Hope you're doing well, mate. You just missed the Suparna 747, the first queen of the day. I think 15 minutes or so back. Delta A350 behind it, and now a Dreamliner from Air Canada with the sunglasses look on the cockpit. Now, if I did my homework correctly, before 12 p.m. local time we should see 2 more 747s. If they are both coming and also if they are going to land on runway 06 is always a question. But at least when I looked at the expected arrivals yesterday evening, I did think I counted 3. I'll timestamp it regardless when I get home again, Yorkshire. So if you check tonight, you don't even have to search for it. You can just go to the beginning. And what big bird are you referring to, James? So this is Croatia Airlines flight 450. It is an Airbus A320 arriving from Zagreb, where it left an hour and 38 minutes ago. And this airplane is relatively old already, 23 years old. Had its first flight in April 2000. Hey Steven, good morning. How's life in Rebel Valley? For those of you just tuning in, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. I'm standing alongside the Kaagbaan, runway 06. At the moment, the only runway in use for arrivals. Wind is blowing from the northeast, and this runway is oriented in direction 060. The wind is blowing on average from the direction 050. Not hard, 7 knots or so. So mostly headwind for the pilots landing on this runway. Little bit of crosswind perhaps from the left, but nothing to write home about. When I started the stream, it was around 11 degrees centigrade or 52 degrees Fahrenheit. At the moment, it might be a little bit warmer than that. Maybe 15 degrees centigrade. About 60 degrees Fahrenheit. The sun is out, no precipitation has been predicted for today. And this is a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York JFK. We are going to see a couple of heavies back to back. After this, we'll see a Dreamliner 7879, and after that, a 777-200. Hey there, Steve J. Good morning. Jay Wandel. Good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. If you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, do consider subscribing to the channel. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you receive a notification and can join us if you have the time for it and are feeling like it. And it also helps me greatly to reach more people like you and me who are also into aviation live streams such as this. Now arriving KLM flight 668. It is a Boeing 787-9 Dreamliner arriving from Austin, Texas, where it left 8 hours and 45 minutes ago. This Dreamliner is 5 years old and had its first flight in July 2017. And Jay Wandel, thank you for your kind words and my pleasure. If you want to help me grow the channel, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It greatly helps the algorithm to promote this content to people like you who are also watching content like this. And if you're new to the channel, do interact with us in the chat. Friendly folk over here at AMS Live, the best audience there is. If you have questions or just want to say hi, don't be afraid to do so. Silky smooth. What's that dairy product again? Oh yeah, butter! Ooh, thank you so much for your super chat, Paul. And I'm absolutely agreeing with you, Steve. Let's go for 4,000 elbows. That would be nice. Getting closer. If not today, then probably over the weekend. And thank you all so much for those of you who have already subscribed to the channel, for your support. Really means a lot to me. Without you, this channel wouldn't be anything. Next up. Oh, and it looks like 36 Right has reopened again. At least there is a small private jet now going there. But the big jets are coming this way for now. And this would be KLM flight 592, Boeing 777-200, arriving from Johannesburg, South Africa. It left 10 hours and 39 minutes ago from Johannesburg. This 777-200 ER is 17 years old already. Had its first flight in February 2006. Right, no time to waste. Time to turn around the camera. There is another Delta A330 underway. Visible in the distance. Delta Airlines flight 163. Another A330-300. This one arriving from Minneapolis and left there 7 hours and 17 minutes ago. The airplane, 19 years old, first flight September 2003. Well, Marissa, we did see BizJets also landing on 06 not too long ago. So I'm wondering why they would go to 36 right instead of just following the traffic that goes to 06, unless it is so crowded that they opt for letting them land on a separate runway. It doesn't look too crowded just yet. Always nice to see biz jets land in front of you when they do. I'm not very knowledgeable about them, but they do often have a slick look. Reverse thrust. Sound takes a little to reach us, you can clearly tell. A beautiful, gentle landing there. Now, just having a quick look, zoomed out a little bit on flight radar. Are there any queens in the vicinity already? But I don't think I see anything just yet. It is getting more busy in Dutch airspace. So maybe they are going to reopen 36 right in a while. Hopefully not, but you'll never know. Next up is going to be KLM flight 747. Now don't get confused, KLM flight 747, it is a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena, and this Dreamliner left Cartagena in 9 hours 15 minutes ago. The airplane is 4 years old, had its first flight in August 2018. Hey there Peter, goedemorgen, good morning. Hope you're well, welcome to the stream. All other viewers who have meanwhile joined us, welcome to AMS Live as well. Hope you guys are doing well. Feel free to interact with all the people in the chat. If you have any questions or just want to say hi. And Jay Wandel asks, how often do I stream? A couple of times a week. Usually between Thursday and Monday. Depending on the weather and also my agenda. I do try to go out 4 times or so, maybe sometimes 5. Nice gentle touchdown there, little wheelie. Now I hear some splashing, but it takes place on this side of the water, so I don't see the culprit. I am able to see a duck mooning us. This time around, a gentleman duck. And Aeolus Capital, I don't have a job in the aviation industry. Alright, next up, A320. Let me zoom in on it and and give you some background details. This would be BH Air, okay, arriving from Erbil, A320 that left Erbil 4 hours and 38 minutes ago. The airplane is 17 years old, had its first flight in May 2005. Erbil, isn't that in Iraq? Plain Jane plane. Absolutely, yeah. No budget for a nice livery. Hey Sadipoes, goedemorgen. Whose first name is Jackie? Hey there Jackie. Good morning. Welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Now the gentleman duck still keeps rearing his behind, showing us his behind, and there was also a lady duck, apparently not charmed from the actions of the gentleman duck. And indeed Erbil is in Iraq. Thank you for confirming that, Marissa. Yeah, the lady duck doesn't seem to be impressed. So this would be Lufthansa CRJ 900 arriving from Munich, flight 2302. The airplane 13 years old, first flight February 2010. Also a little bit of wheelie there. Bit harder to see, but alright. Now, in terms of exciting stuff happening in the water, not a lot to show you guys. Still see some ripples originating from somewhere on this side of the water, but the grass is overgrown and all the flowers, so I'm unable to show you the culprit still. So back to the airplanes it is then. Hey Janice, or Larissa Gries. So is that a name or a place? I think it's a place, but we also have Marissa on the stream here, so, and that is a name. This would be KLM flight 984, Embraer 190, arriving from London City, departed there 41 minutes ago. This airplane 9 years old, first flight January 2014. Alright, back to the action it is then. Next up is going to be Tarom, flight 361 737-800, arriving from Bucharest, where it left 2 hours and 27 minutes ago. This airplane 9 years old, first flight October 2013. Also having a look Looks like 36 right is open again because there is a 777 arriving from Cape Town that is now on the glide slope for 36 right. Don't have it visual just yet. Oh, and as I looked around, I lost the airplane. Men and multitasking, you know what they say. Hey there, good morning, Jane Ali. How's life? Nice of you to join us. Let me double check to see if it is confirmed on the app. Well, the app says that Kaagbaan is still the only runway in use, but the flight radar doesn't lie. Okay, so hopefully that doesn't mean we'll see all the lookers go to the other runway. For now, here is an Embraer 190 from KLM, flight 1822, arriving from Berlin. Left an hour and 3 minutes ago. This airplane is 13 years old, had its first flight in October 2009. Right, next up is a somewhat special livery. Don't consider the Star Alliance and SkyTeam special liveries that special, but they are a different livery. In the meantime, looks like there is a little falcon. And I'm not touching the camera, you can see the flag. I'm not touching anything. These animals can fly, hover perfectly still. And thanks for your kind words, Marissa. I do my best. So, here would be Lufthansa Flight 988 A319 in the Star Alliance livery, arriving from Frankfurt. Left 45 minutes ago, and the airplane is 10 years old. First flight September 2012. And Colin B asks which apps I'm using otherwise. Except for Flight Radar, I don't use any other apps. Yeah, I do have an app for baangebruik app. Basically a copy of what you can see on the website of Luchtverkeersleiding Nederland, lvnl.nl, which basically shows you the active runways. And there's also the website bezoekbas.nl, which shows you the predicted runway usage. It's a platform for people living around Schiphol, and they communicate the expected runway usage for the upcoming hours on that website. Now, they're not always right, so you have to take it with a grain of salt, but it's always nice to have a look in advance what the expected runway usage will be before going out. Next up, EasyJet flight 279 726 A320neo arriving from Prague, where it left an hour and 9 minutes ago. Brand new airplane, first flight last December. Well, Aeolus Capital, if you want to listen to ATC, do that on your own. We coincidentally had a discussion about that yesterday or earlier in the week, and I'm not going to introduce live ATC. There's discussion about whether or not it is permitted or not, but even if it were permitted, I don't want to bother people who don't want to hear ATC with ATC incorporated in the live chat. So people who want to listen to ATC can do so on their own, but people who would much rather not listen to ATC don't have to listen to it, and that's a choice you take away from people when you do incorporate it in your live stream, regardless of the question if it is allowed in the Netherlands or not, a topic about which there's also some discussion. So people who want to listen to ATC, do check liveatc.net. You can listen to most of the channels for Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. I do it sometimes myself as well. It does add an additional dimension to following the airplanes when you have Flight Radar on and live ATC. But don't expect me to start incorporating it in my live streams. I leave people the choice to do what they want in that respect. Looks like the pilot flared a little bit too soon, but overall the landing was still gentle. Right, let's have a look. A320 and then an A320neo. The Neo is from ITA Airways, so with the sun out and shining, it's probably going to provide a very lovely... Okay, interesting information, Marissa. You never know, because until they publish something about it, as it was an airplane that, or was it an airplane that returned? Was it, or was it arriving regardless? Maybe they were low on fuel? Who knows? So most of the traffic still coming this way, fortunately. A320 from EasyJet. Hey there, Blackburst, good morning. Hope you're well. Good to see you again. Alright, well, in the meantime, no movement or anything in terms of the platform, the cargo platform, although the doors have now shut apparently, so maybe this one will get pushed back anytime soon. Let's quickly turn around the camera because there is an A320neo from ITA Airways arriving. Always a lovely airplane to look at, particularly when the sun is out. ITA Airways flight 108 A320neo arriving from Rome, where it left an hour and 55 minutes ago. This airplane, brand new, had its first flight last December. Look at the reflection, beautiful. Always a very lovely shade of blue. See you in a bit, Marissa. Hey Hidde, goedemorgen. Alles goed? Right, so there's another Neo underway from EasyJet, arriving from Geneva. Still out in the distance. Gives me a few moments to have a look on Flight Radar, see what else is arriving. Looking to the west, there are a couple of big birds arriving from the United States. And to the east, mostly narrow bodies. What is arriving from the south? We'll definitely do that, Hidde. It is beautiful weather. So we are expecting a few big birds in a few moments, a few minutes. Before that, we are going to see the landing of EasyJet flight 27866. First of all, hey Veerle, goedemorgen. Alles goed? This A320neo is arriving from Geneva in Switzerland, where it left an hour and 7 minutes ago. The airplane is brand new, had its first flight in October last year. Nice and gentle landing there. Indeed, Veerle, the early bird catches the worm, you know what they say. Figured if I go early, I might still find a parking space over here. Parking over here is the biggest challenge when you go on weekdays, even if it is after Ascension Day. Arriving quite early on the scene, it was difficult to find a parking place. Now, unfortunately, I don't drive a very big vehicle, so I was able to find a spot, but it was already quite busy. One of the additional reasons that I figured I might go out in time. Next up will be KLM flight 1792. It is an Embraer 190 arriving from Munich, where it left an hour and 8 minutes ago. This Embraer, 13 years old, had its first flight in September 2009. Hey there Donna, good morning. Alles goed hier, everything is okay. Thanks for asking, hope you're doing well as well. It is a beautiful sunny day. We have a little bit of wind blowing from the northeast. These planes are landing in northeasterly direction, so they are basically flying into headwind mostly. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1228. It is a Boeing 737-800 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, where this airplane left 42 minutes ago. The airplane is 9 years old. First flight March 2014. Poof. And a nice gentle touchdown. A little bit of reverse thrust. Alright then. Now let's quickly turn around the camera. There is another Neo arriving. And definitely come have a look at the airplanes in real life again at some time. Hidde. Absolutely a beautiful location to be spotting from. Although you have to take the mosquitos. You have to accept that as well. Now this would be Air Malta. A320neo arriving from Malta, where it left 2 hours 48 minutes ago. This airplane, brand new, first flight February this year, so it's still under warranty, so to speak. Very controlled landing there, nice and soft. Indeed, Han, there is always deed if you need it. Hey, Pepe Servus, guten Morgen. Hope you're doing well. Now I do see an Embraer 175 also going for runway 36 right, so I guess they have reopened it somewhat. Now this big bird is sure as hell not going there, but is coming this way. KLM flight 636. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Las Vegas or Las Vegas. Departed 9 hours and 20 minutes ago from Las Vegas. The airplane is 3 years old. Had its first flight in November 2019. Well, so far, Han, the bugs haven't been bugging me. Guess they don't like the smell of me or the sight. But they are over here and they are in fairly big numbers here. Boom, and down go the wings. Now in the meantime, at the moment, the sun is hiding behind a few cirrus clouds. It is a little bit cloudy, but still nothing to write home about. You can see that at the moment the sun is obscured a little bit, but if you look to the big picture, it is still mostly sunny, mostly blue skies. A heron. Just arrived on the scene. I think it might be the same one that was in the grass alongside the runway earlier. Now let's quickly go back to the next incoming airplane because it is another big one. There we go. United Airlines Flight 968. It is a 777-200 arriving from San Francisco, where it left 10 hours and 0 minutes ago, according to flight radar. So 10 hours underway exactly. The airplane is 21 years old, had its first flight in February 2002. Just in time, Marissa, 777 time. And in the meantime, it does look like 36 right has reopened officially. Ooh, that's also a very lovely sound, isn't it? On go the reverse thrusters. Right, now I don't know, hon. I don't wear any aftershave. I do have an anti-perspirant, if you can call it that. I don't think it includes DEET. It is a rather expensive one from Clinic, but they do work perfectly to make sure you never reek of sweaty armpits. Costs a few euros, but I don't think it has any DEET in it. Anyway, inbound now, KLM Flight 1002. Boeing 737-800 arriving from London Heathrow, where it left 43 minutes ago, and the airplane is 12 years old. First flight November 2010. Right, let's have a look. It looks like, looking at flight radar, there is a lot of traffic arriving from the east, and it seems that most of the traffic is now being directed to runway 36 right. Let me have a look on the baangebruik app, the runway usage app, and let me refresh. Okay, according to that website, both runways are open, so that means we just have to wait a bit for the next airplanes to come to 06. Gives me some time to rehydrate. And let's have a look. All short haul airplanes. Now the China Southern triple still not ready to be pushed back by the looks of it, but the doors have shut, at least the cargo doors. What are they doing over there? Still not sure if they are loading or unloading. Probably loading. Looks like there's an Embraer 175 coming this way, arriving from Stuttgart. There's also a lot of traffic arriving from the east. We'll have to see if it all gets directed to 36 right, or if some of them will be redirected to 06. Let me also filter for outbound traffic and have a closer look at what is going on the other side of the highway. See if there are airplanes taking off from 36 center, but it doesn't appear to be that way. The air traffic outbound seems to be taxiing to the Polderbaan. Bit difficult to see from over here. Hey Daniel, good morning. Hey Casper, goedemorgen. So Boeing 757 FedEx, where is it? What are you referring to, Casper? I'm also looking to my right to see if I can see some inbound traffic for 36 right. At the moment I don't. Let's zoom out a little bit. Okay. Well, if the 757 is on the cargo platform, it's probably being obscured. This is what we can see from over here. So not a whole lot to see. Now there is a single airplane coming this way. So let me first turn around the camera so that we can see it as it is getting closer by. What is that? Is that a bird controller? No, it isn't. And before the Embraer 175 gets closer by. Here's that bird again. Doesn't seem to be sharp in focus. So at the moment it seems that this is the only airplane for the time being. More airplanes are arriving in the country, so it's not going to be the last airplane of the day, of course, but it seems that a lot of the traffic is now getting redirected to 36 right. This is KLM flight 1868. It is an Embraer 175 arrival from Stuttgart, where it left an hour and 3 minutes ago. Seems like a long time for such a nearby destination. Always wonder how these flight times or how they get calculated on flight radar. Anyway, the airplane is 6 years old. First flight May 2016. Gentle landing there, beautiful. Right. At the moment, most of the traffic is getting directed to 36 right. So let's see what we can see of it. Now let me switch to the rubber bands on the other side of my panhandle so I can move to the left. I think this is the Embraer 190 arriving from Billund. If it is in the SkyTeam livery, it is it. KLM flight 1342 arriving from Billund, where it left 49 minutes ago. The airplane is 11 years old, had its first flight in April 2012. I could also for the moment try to enable digital zoom and see how much closer up we can zoom in without the image getting too distorted. So after this airplane has touched down or vanished behind the buildings, let me try that and see what I can show you guys. And that would be someone's head in the foreground, a lot of people over here. Good question, Veerle. I look at the weather first of all to see what time would be best suited. If it starts raining in the afternoon, obviously I would like to go out in the morning, and in that case I would have a look and see what the prevailing winds are going to be or expected to be, so that I can estimate what the runway usage will be. Double check that on bezoekbus.nl, which also shows the predictions for the runway usage. See if it lines up with my expectation, and if it does, then yeah, you pick something. And also, if I've been to the Polderbaan 5 times in a row already, obviously going to a different runway would be preferable. So that's how I try to balance everything a little bit. So for instance, yesterday evening I had a look at the list of departures and arrivals just to see what would be arriving and going out. Were there any special liveries, any 747s for instance? You know that it's going to stay dry already because it has been in the weather forecast the entire week already. You know that the wind is still coming mostly from the northeast, so you know that arrivals will probably take place to the north, Polderbaan, and arrivals, as has been the case all week, from the south to the north, so Kaagbaan and Alsmeerbaan. And yeah, then you make a choice based on, this time around, mostly on the expected traffic. Saw that there were 3 747s expected to arrive before 12 p.m. and there were none taking off in that time span. And I figured, let's go out for an early stream again and also be back home relatively early. Okay, and this is where I lose the airplane. Little bit of digital zoom. See that everything still is coming to the other runway for the time being, so we'll have to make do with what we can. Nick asks where you can see the age of the airplanes. Well, you can see it in Flight Radar, but you have to take a paid subscription, and I do have that, so for me it's just a matter of opening up Flight Radar. There are probably websites where you can also find it, but now I have it on screen in an app that I'm already using, so that is the most convenient way for me to do it. But I'm sure there must be websites where you can also look up the registration and see the history and also the age of the airplane. Alright, well, since my new microphone is a bit bigger, it's a bit harder for me to get to the zoom rocker with my right hand these days. I figured let's go ahead and see the airplane as it touches down over here. Once it vanishes behind those buildings, it will reappear over here. Oh, there it is, but just in the distance, only barely visible. Right, so it looks like there is another Embraer coming this way from Bristol. And I can also see a couple of big planes on the North Sea that are going to come this way. So bear with me, folks. A little more patience is needed, but there are big birds arriving. Let's see, can we see the next airplane? I think we can. Always a bit hard to see on my little screen. Really a small speck. Can somebody give me an update of where the A380 is? Where is it flying at the moment and what's its ETA at the moment? I did set out with the idea of streaming until approximately 12 o'clock, but if it arrives within the hour after 12 o'clock, then, and particularly if it is in the colourful Destination Dubai livery, it is worth sticking around for, although hopefully by the time it arrives, it will be landing on this runway and not that we are going to see it from afar like we're doing with this airplane right now. Right, and this is where we lose it. Now, let me have a look on flight radar. Yeah, I'm going to turn around because traffic to 06 is coming, and thanks for the update, Marissa. 12:42, okay. What's the expected runway usage by then? Let's also have a look on Bezoek Bas zo in a minute. Right then, well, here's our first next airplane. It is an Embraer 175 KLM flight 1050, arriving from Bristol, where it departed 52 minutes ago. The airplane is 5 years old, had its first flight in January 2018. Marissa is informing us that Silkway West is 50 minutes out, so that would be the second queen of the day. Did I miscount then, and were it just two queens in the morning? Okay. Or is there also a third queen on the way? I thought, but don't pin me down on that, I thought there was a Cathay Pacific cargo also arriving, or maybe a second Suparna. I'm not sure again, but if I recall correctly. A380 still over Hungary. Okay. Well, it's only 11 o'clock still, so that is not too strange given its expected time of arrival. Ducks are chilling in the water over there. Also a couple of ducks further out, just around the corner, including this black and white duck, which I first thought was a coot, but it is definitely a duck if you look at the beak. Interesting livery. Hey cafe spotter, goedemorgen, good morning. Good to see you again. Hope you're well. For those of you who have had the patience to stick around, welcome still to AMS Live. My name is Stillboy and this is arrivals on runway 06. In the distance is KLM flight 1072, an E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Manchester, where it departed 47 minutes ago. The airplane is 1 year old and had its first flight in October 2021. Oh, okay, so I did see the Cathay Pacific correctly, but it is delayed several hours. So then the other queen referred to just now will probably be the only queen we'll be able to see during the stream. Again, that whistle, I like it. Sounds unique to the E2 Embraer 195. Little bit of reverse thrust there. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1230. It is a Boeing 737-800 arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, one of the many. Left there 39 minutes ago, and the airplane is 22 years old, had its first flight in July 2000. Looks like that after this airplane we are going to see a 777-200 arriving from Houston. Wind has started to pick up a little bit again. Here's our next airplane. It is United Airlines flight 20, Boeing 777-200 arriving from Houston, Texas, where it departed 8 hours 47 minutes ago. This Boeing 777-200 ER is 23 years old already and had its first flight in July 1999. After that we are going to see an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from London City, and after that we are going to see an A380-200 from KLM arriving from Bonaire. And the United is coming with an almost 2-hour delay, Marissa says. Better late than never. But had it come 2 hours sooner, we would have still been able to capture it on the live stream. unlike the Cathay Pacific 747 that is going to arrive around the end of the afternoon. And Nick asks which package I'm using from Flight Radar. I think it is the silver subscription, just the basic paid subscription. That is more than enough to be able to see all the information you need, at least for my intended use. Quackers hiding behind the flowers. Now there's also a coot swimming on the other side. Just on this side of the water. They are hiding on this side of the water. Oh, no, it swam that way. Quickly going around the corner. Getting away from that scary camera guy. They are all hiding just behind corners and stuff today. Meantime, another Embraer from KLM arriving on the scene. Yeah, do you think, Peter, that Peking duck will be made of Dutch duck? Hey Betty, good morning. Hope you're doing well, nice to see you again. How's life? Alright, so inbound next is an A380-200 arriving from Bonaire. Let's quickly zoom in on it. This would be KLM flight 765, the countdown flight number. A330-200 arriving from Bonaire, where it left 9 hours, 3 minutes ago. This airplane, 17 years old and had its first flight in October 2005. Hey, morning Simon, morning Gillian Pie. Hope you guys are all doing well. And will we be seeing butter? That's a very good question, your average gorillas lover. We'll find out soon enough. Well, from over here that certainly looks like a buttery landing. I think the nose wheel is still up. Yep. So it was a ginormous wheelie as well. Hey Siets, goedemorgen. And Vera is being reserved on Sunday again. Does that mean that you will have to go fly regardless, or is there also a chance that they will not call you up and schedule you on one or more flights? Your average Gorillas lover says 8.4 out of 10. It was a bit hard to assess properly from over here. That is the downside of this location, but it did look like a big wheelie and it did also look like a very soft landing. Hey Evan, my man, how's life in Santa Monica? Didn't expect to see you around this time. Did you just come home from work? Doing well over here, mate, doing well. It is nice weather, although we do have some high clouds. The temperature is increasing ever more. It was 11 degrees centigrade when I was beginning with the stream, so approximately 52 degrees Fahrenheit or so. At the moment I think it has warmed up a little bit more, in the vicinity of 15 degrees, so 60 F. Prevailing wind is blowing from the northeast, which means that planes landing on runway 06 are faced with mostly headwind at the moment. The wind isn't blowing very hard, less than 10 knots. Although at the moment it is dual runway usage for landings, 06 and 36 right as well. We're waiting for an Embraer 175 and then an Embraer 190. I'm also zooming out a little bit to see what else is in the pipeline. Did you have to work, Evan, or is it just a standard late night for you this time round? Yeah, of course, Vera. Of course, when there is shortage of staff, the chance of you having to work will probably be very high. But it is theoretically possible that if there is no shortage in staff, that you might have a day off. It is not 100% certain that you per se have to work. Gillian Pye says A380 in 20 minutes. I think that is an hour and 20 minutes. It is still more than 20 minutes out. I think it is expected in an hour and 20 minutes from now. Okay, so you did have to work probably then, Evan. Hey Infinity, goeiemorgen. If I am going out on Sunday, I will definitely have a look and see if I can film your airplane. I was just checking to see where the A380 is at, and it is now flying almost exactly over Vienna in Austria, so that is still an hour and 20 minutes out from now. There is a 747 getting closer by, Silkway West, flying in the vicinity of... What's in the vicinity? Well, I think Paderborn and Dortmund are the most nearby. Exactly ETA 30 minutes or so, so I'll have to be a bit more patient, but for now we'll have to make do with what is coming this way. Evan, thank you so much for a slice of cherry pie. Wish I could eat the cherry pie already. Still have to wait 3 more days, counting today in it. Then I'm done for the rest of the year, I think, with dieting. Cherry pie is always nice and tasty. Mustn't think too much about stuff like that. Particularly since I haven't eaten yet. Alright, let's have a look. The pipeline is filling up a little bit. Narrow bodies it is still, but there is a little bit of variation. First up, Boeing 737-800 KLM flight 1278. It is arriving from Edinburgh, where it left 59 minutes ago. The airplane 10 years old, first flight May 2013. Edinburgh. Sup Edinburgh. Niels says that the local Edinburgh people say Embra. Alright, so next time an airplane is arriving from that origin, we will refer to it as Embra. Right, the pipeline is filling nicely, but it is still narrow bodies for the time being. In the meantime, thank you so much, Barbs, for your nice super chat. Nice comment as well. Best commentary, great stream. Thank you so much for your kind words. I really appreciate it. Now back to the camera quickly. Otherwise we'll miss this airplane. Not coming from Embra, but Birmingham. And good morning, Barbs. Will McTee says good afternoon from Dubai. Hot and sunny summer is on its way. Well, looking at the sky over here, you can see that it is also sunny. We had some high clouds earlier. They do seem to be drifting away further to the south. This is to the northeast, by the way. And this is more looking to the southwest, where the airplanes are arriving from. Now you can see that there is more clouds in the south than in the north. Indeed, Veerle, kans op een dag vrij, always nice. And if you do need to work, try to let me know beforehand which flight you're on. If I'm out spotting, I will see if I can shoot you. With the camera, that is. Obviously. Alright, next up, a Neo arriving from London Luton. A320 Neo. 5 years old. I would almost say 5 years old already, because to me it doesn't feel like these Neos have been in use so long already, but that's why I also sometimes get scared about how quickly time passes when you see that a 777 is 25 years old already and you think, oh wow, are they 25 years in service already? You're welcome, Neil, who says thanks for the super stream. I do my best. So, oh, and Gillian Pie says my Transavia flight got cancelled. It was on the news over here earlier in the week that they had to cancel more and more flights again. It's a shame what's going on over there. All those people who've hard worked to earn their vacation and then have to find a different solution to go on their holiday or to return back to the Netherlands. This was an Embraer 190, by the way, arriving from Southampton. Next up is going to be a Boeing 737-700, the smallest of the 737s. At least currently still flying. KLM flight 1474, arriving from Glasgow. The airplane left Glasgow an hour and 4 minutes ago, and this airplane is 13 years old, had its first flight in November 2009. Right then, another little plane from KLM is approaching. There we go. This is an Embraer 190, KLM flight 954, arriving from Newcastle, where it departed 53 minutes ago, and this airplane is 13 years old, had its first flight in February 2010. Hey there, Marvin. Hello. Who is it? Welcome to the stream. Gillian Pie asks how many runways are open. 3 or 4. I don't know how many there are open at the moment. I have to say I don't see any traffic arriving for 36 right anymore. Now the question is only the Polderbaan open for departures, or is runway 36 center also open? They typically operate 3 or 4 runways. With this runway 0624, the Kaagbaan and the Polderbaan, so that is 36 left, 18 right. Those are the 2 preferential runways of Schiphol, and those are almost always open. Now today landings take place from the south to the north, which means that 06, this runway is continuously open, and if it gets busy they will open up 36 right. That is typically only temporary. And for departures, the Polderbaan or 36 left is open the entire time, and if it gets busy with departures they will also open 36 center for parallel departures. Alright then, Richard informing us that the 747 is just over the Dutch border, so 25 minutes out. Let me also have a look and see. There's a Transavia arriving from Bari, and that is flying past the glide slope of 36 right. So it looks like this is once again the only runway in use, or is it? Well, the runway app says 36 right is still open for arrivals. Hopefully they are just a little bit behind. Alright, well, there is an airplane, is the Bari airplane? Nah, it's past the glide slope, isn't it? Yeah, I think that is also coming this way. No. Shoot, I spoke too soon. Okay, so that probably means that unless 36 right will close before the aforementioned 747 that is now in the vicinity of Enschede is in the vicinity of Schiphol, unless they close the runway, the 747 will only be visible from a distance, because I don't think we'll be seeing it then. So let's all keep our fingers crossed and hope that they're going to close 36 right within 20 minutes. Alright, Marissa, it was nice to have you on the stream again. Enjoy the rest of the day. We'll see each other soon, probably. Alright, so behind me is the next airplane. There we go. Now, looking at flight radar, there is also some traffic arriving from the North Sea. One of them is A377 arriving from Panama City. First up, the German Leysieffer Chocolaterie Embraer 190 arriving from Stavanger. Chocolate. Now, a frequent visitor of the stream these days, the German Leysieffer, I think it is a rental for KLM, since so many of their E2 195s are still inoperable, or grounded I should say, due to engine issues. Looks like there is a Qatar triple on the go. And as the next plane for 06 is still in the vicinity of Leiden, the airplane can now safely cross the runway and taxi to one of the departure runways. Looking to my left, I don't see a lot of traffic taking off from 36 Center. In fact, I haven't seen a lot this entire morning. I think most of the outbound traffic is still directed to the Polderbaan most of the time. We're awaiting the arrival of our next airplane, which will be an Embraer 175 arriving from Humberside. It is now flying in the vicinity of the Kaag beacon, after which is located in the village, the Kaag, where this runway is called after, the Kaagbaan. I think we'll start seeing the Embraer soon, so let me zoom out, turn around the camera, and we can see its arrival. Now, looking at the flag, I do get the impression, and also looking in the water, I do get the impression that the wind has picked up over the last half hour to hour or so. I was thinking about maybe switching from my parka to my vest, but I think I might just keep on my winter parka mid-May. Did not think that would happen, but it is set to get warmer over the weekend. Tomorrow and Sunday going to 20 degrees centigrade during the day. Still the mornings are a bit chilly, as was this morning the case this morning. Now, folks, let's hope that within 15 minutes or 10 minutes perhaps even, 36 right is going to close. There is a 747 in Dutch airspace and I really want it to come this way. There were 3 planned for arrival before 12 o'clock local time, and one of them, the Cathay Pacific cargo, Marissa said earlier, got delayed and will arrive at the end of the afternoon. Now the third one is flying in Dutch airspace as we speak in the east. So it's very likely to go to 36 right if it is still open by then. There isn't a lot of traffic coming that way. Let's see what the Embraer 190 from Hanover will do. Will it turn north or will it continue flying in this direction? Because if it does do the latter, then that means that the runway is closed, but it looks like it's turning north, so I think it is still open. Well, we'll find out soon enough, of course. Hey George, goedemorgen. How are you, mate? Good to see you. Lucas-san, good morning. To you too, I say good to see you. Hope you're well. And as Gijsbers is saying, there is a 777 closing in. Now looking at flight radar, I see that the Embraer originating from Hanover is directed to 36 right. The 747 is currently in the vicinity of Lelystad, so it's still 10 or 15 minutes out. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. Really would be nice to see a second queen. Oh, and there is some take-off traffic that we can see from 36 center. They take off and appear in the middle of the screen, where the flag is also. That is where runway 36 center is located. Alrighty then. Emirates is informing us that the A380 is above the Czech Republic at the moment, so still on course to arrive in little less than an hour from now. Hey Bully, Bully is in the house. Nice to see you, Bully. Hope you're well, mate. So this is KLM flight 758. It is a 777-300 ER arriving from Panama City, where it departed 9 hours and 18 minutes ago from. The airplane is 8 years old, had its first flight in March 2015. Nou, oké, Veerle, fijne vrijdag nog. Talk to you later. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Now the 300s and the freighters always have this nice zooming sound when they pass by. Listen to that. You'll hear it in a moment. When it comes to airplanes passing by when on short final, I think these sound the best together with the freighters. But if you disagree and think a different airplane sounds better, do let me know. I'm curious to learn which one you think sounds best. In the meantime, I see that there is a little duck parading in the water on her own, or his own. A little bit of a different livery than the standard gentleman or lady duck color scheme. So I don't know what that one was, but it sure looked nice. Next up, Embraer 190 arriving from London City. Let's see. Just barely visible. There we go. Theme Park God offers an alternative and says that my fave sound is the A310-300. I don't think I have heard the A310 before. The only Airbus other than what is currently flying that I can think of that probably resembles it somewhat would be the A300, but I don't know for sure if they differ in terms of their sound. I do know what the DHL A300s sound like. They do sound good. Is the A310 something similar? That is good news, Leon. Malcolm giving us an update of the Emirates. Yorkshire says 757-200. that also has a very nice sound. So the Emirates in the Destination Dubai special livery, very colorful, expected within the hour, on its way over here. Hopefully we'll see it land on this runway. That is something we'll have to wait for. Now, the 747 is flying in the vicinity of Hilversum. And before it is a Transavia 737. So let's see what the Transavia is going to do. Will it be coming this way? Or won't it? In the meantime, there is an Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds, getting closer by, so let me turn around the camera and capture its arrival. Thank you for that update, Peter. A female rakkemikkig. Wow. The names they think of for these creatures. Alright, now Embraer 190 KLM flight 1542 arriving from Leeds, where it left 48 minutes ago. This airplane 7 years old, first flight December 2015. And touchdown. And a trucker sounding the horn. You probably heard that as well. Yeah, theme park god, it is a great airport to be able to spot from, particularly because there are no fences over here. You always have free access, only a little bit of water in the middle. Hey folks, I have very good news. The 737 from Transavia did not go to the right and is not going to land on runway 36 right, and the 747 is also continuing on its downwind leg 406, so that means that we are going to see a second queen. There is still a line in front of it, so we are first going to have to wade through a bunch of narrow bodies, but we'll make it. And at the end of it, we're going to see a second queen. So don't go anywhere, folks. Stick around. The second queen of the day will be coming towards us. And there's also an Emirates A380 Super in the Destination Dubai special livery, very colorful, also coming this way. So first up is KLM flight 1008, Boeing 737-800 arriving from London Heathrow. The airplane that we saw touch down just now, 15 years old, first flight April 2008. Also passing in the foreground was one of the bird control vehicles, K3 in this case. Don't be scared if you suddenly hear bangs or other strange sounds. Might be the bird controller trying to chase away some birds to prevent bird strikes from happening. Theme Park God, I don't have a Discord server of sorts. I have no idea what that is. So no, I don't think I have it. If I had it, I think I would know, and I have no idea what a Discord server is actually. So all right, back to the action. If the camera also regains focus, always need to help it a little bit, but there we go. Embraer 190 KLM flight 1060 arriving from Cardiff, where it left 51 minutes ago. This airplane is 14 years old, had its first flight in January 2009. So folks, if you just tuned in, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing alongside runway 06, currently what looks to be the only runway again in use for arrivals. Wind is blowing from the northeast. These airplanes are landing to the northeast, being faced with mostly headwind, but it does seem to be picking up a little bit. There's a little gust as we speak. You might hear it on the camera as well. You might start seeing the camera footage shake a little bit. First up is going to be Transavia 6410, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Naples in Italia. And the airplane is 21 years old, first flight April 2002. After that we are going to see a Queen, second of the stream. And it touched down. Let's quickly turn around the camera. Oh, it seems that there is a triple coming before the 747. 747 visible in the background. In the foreground first. Number 6 worldwide checked, apparently on flight radar, KLM flight 682, Boeing 777 arriving from Vancouver. This airplane left Vancouver 8 hours 46 minutes ago. It is a 777-300ER, 10 years old, first flight May 2013. Such sweet tune. The 300s and the freighters make the best engine noise, in my book at least. And Ronald, yes, I have considered ATC and for several reasons decide I will not do that. Alright, folks, time to put in your earplugs if you want to keep hearing the way you have been up to now. We have a Queen inbound and it's probably going to be a loud one. This is number 5 worldwide tracked on flight radar at the moment. It is Silkway West, flight 205, Boeing 747, arriving from Baku, where it left 4 hours 42 minutes ago. This is a 747-400 freighter, 17 years old. The airplane had its first flight in March 2006. If you are enjoying content like this and you haven't done so already, consider subscribing to the channel. It greatly helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this. Plus, it allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live, you receive a heads up. Let's now listen to the arrival of Silkway West. Poof. Magnificent. Yeah, Peter, she does need to wash a little bit. Now, where's she going to? Looks like exit to the left. Does that mean then that she will be taking the spot of the 777 freighter that is now being pushed back and is looking to depart back to China? I mean, the Silkway 747 is a freighter, so it's not going to go to any of the gates on the main terminal building. Indeed, very stiff, but overall decent. I agree with that. Now, let's see what happens. What the Queen is going to do. Could for the occasion re-enable the digital zoom and see if we can do a little spying with additional zoom. I think it might be coming back this way. Now, this is the A330 you guys heard land just now, passing by. So it seems that 06 is once again the only runway in use for arrivals. Hey there, Miguel. Checking in from Barcelona. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are enjoying yourself. And Mike, thanks for the information about what a Discord server is. No, I can definitely say with certainty that I don't have a thing like that. And Joner71E, if I say that properly, also says hi. And I say hi to you too. Welcome to the AMS Live on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Yeah, the afternoon has just begun. Just checking to see what the time is. Okay, so Silkway Queen will be coming this way. It's probably going to park here in the foreground where the cargo area is, the north side of the cargo platform. Emirates triple, loaded up probably. China Southern cargo is pushed back, will probably taxi out. probably before the Queen arrives. Otherwise I think they might bump into each other, or is it wide enough over there? Anyway, we'll see in a moment. More traffic is coming to 06. Let me turn around the camera and show you guys. Also a couple of heavies are out there. We're waiting. I'm sticking around for the Emirates A380, which I hope by the time it is in our airspace will go to this runway, and hopefully they won't reopen 36 right. German Airways, Embraer 190, this one without chocolate cake. Dope! And this is digital zoom. Something I refrain from using except when doing some spying and when the wind is not blowing too hard. Ooh. I think we are not able to see a lot from your acquaintance's departure to Toronto from over here, Marius. That is just too far out for me to be able to see from over here. Jonah informing us that there is another 777 arriving in a few moments. First will be this Embraer 175 from Darlington. There she is. Our Silkway West second queen of the day, at least during this stream. Now interestingly, the China Southern cargo is still standing where it is, so apparently it is wide enough over there so that they don't bump into each other. Thank you for your kind words, Miguel. Do be careful that the boss doesn't see you looking at the channel when being at work. Right, so it does look that the Silkway Queen is taking the spot of the China Southern Cargo Triple. So they will probably start unloading soon, and I can see that the takeoff flap configuration is already set on the Triple. So it has running engines, and they are going to request clearance for taxi in a moment. Jean-Yves wins the award for Boss of the Year, letting everybody watch AMS live in the office. Incroyable, merci beaucoup Jean-Yves. More bosses should be like that. And if they don't, they will be fired. Excellent. So folks, you guys know this already. You can make a joke here, you can interact with the people, they won't bite. So if you're new to the channel, do say hi. If you have a question, ask your question, use the chat, interact with all the people and with me. And let's look at KLM flight 736, a Boeing 777 arriving from Curaçao. And again, that sound, oh, beautiful. And apparently a lot of people on Flight Radar are also watching traffic to Amsterdam, because this was apparently number 7 world most tracked airplane on Flight Radar, or at least it says here in my screen. This Boeing 777-300ER that we saw land just now, by the way, 6 years old, first flight January 2017. Alright, let's turn around. And if somebody notices that the A380 is entering Dutch airspace, could you please let us know in the chat? I'm not looking so far out all the time, but I would like to know when it is flying in Dutch airspace. And yes, Miguel, we are expecting the Emirates A380 in the colourful Destination Dubai livery in half an hour from now. So if you have the time for it, do stick around until then. I am going to stick around until the A380 has landed, whether it is on this runway or if they are going to reopen 36 right in the meantime. In that case, I will be able to show it to you from a distance. Hey there, Paul. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Now, folks, we are looking at Anadolu Jet or Turkish flight 7768 A320 arriving from Istanbul. This airplane is underway for 3 hours and 2 minutes now, and the airplane is 12 years old. Had its first flight in July 2010. And you're welcome, Miguel. You're welcome. Okay, Remco, thank you for the update. The A380 is now in the vicinity of Paderborn in Germany, but Paderborn is not too far from the German-Dutch border. So, yeah, ETA 30 minutes is still seems viable. Joner says that there is a China Cargo Airlines 777 freighter coming in 4 to 5 minutes. Let me zoom out a little bit. Where is it then? Oh yeah, in the vicinity of Hilversum as we speak. All right. Focus on the issue at hand. And that is following this Boeing 737-700, the smallest of the family, arriving from Bergen, where it departed an hour and 20 minutes ago. Beautiful touchdown there. The airplane, by the way, 13 years old, first flight January 2010. So in half an hour from now, we are expecting the arrival and touchdown of the Emirates A380 Super arriving from Dubai, and this time it is the special colourful Destination Dubai livery. The only reason for me to stay out after 12, because initially I figured I was going to stick around until approximately 12 o'clock, but given the fact that we are going to see such a beautiful livery and there's a big chance, assuming that they won't change the runway in the meantime, that we are going to see it land almost exactly over us. It's an opportunity I don't want to pass up on. Next up, KLM flight 1166 Embraer 175 arriving from Helsinki, Finland, where it left 2 hours and 8 minutes ago. This Embraer 5 years old, first flight June 2017. Ooh. Keep your eye on the prize. And also a couple of 777s incoming. So it is not all Embraers and city hoppers. Saudi Cargo 747 due in at 12:30. Alright. That would be nice to see another Queen and also see the Emirates A380. And YouTube fan, thank you. Apparently we've crossed the 4K subscriber border, the mark. Thank you all so much for your ongoing support, ladies and gentlemen. I'm really thrilled with the way the channel is growing. Thank you all so much. Wouldn't be anything without you guys, so applause to you as well for your ongoing support of AMS Live. Now 4K is only just the beginning as far as I'm concerned, but it is definitely a reason to celebrate after this stream. And if you're new to the channel but you're liking what you're seeing, 4,000 people have already went ahead and subscribed to the channel. Consider doing so if you're liking what you're seeing. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you get an update, and if you have the time for it and are feeling like it, you can join us for ducks, birds and airplanes and mosquitoes if I'm standing in this location. Next up is going to be an Embraer 190 from Lot, arriving from Warsaw. Oh, and it looks like it has a sunglasses look around the cockpit windows, but otherwise it doesn't say that it is a special livery. Okay, Lot, flight 263 Embraer 190. Departed from Warsaw in Poland an hour and 38 minutes ago. This airplane 4 years old. First flight December 2018. Hey Michael Jackson, good morning. How's life over there in Kansas? And Joner asks, how warm is it in Amsterdam? Well, let me update the METAR after the landing of this airplane, then I can tell you with certainty. It was 11 o'clock, it was 11 degrees centigrade or 52 52 Fahrenheit approximately when I was setting up this morning, but I think it has warmed up in the meantime. So the METAR in the ticker is a bit outdated, and let me quickly update that for you guys. In the meantime, it does feel warmer than 11 degrees, although the wind has also picked up in the meantime. Okie dokie. Ooh, looking at flight radar on my computer, I see also a few heavies on the North Sea that are inbound, so more big birds underway. The latest METAR is almost there. There we go. All right, and save. So ticker is now updated with the latest meteorology. Hey, Ronald informing us that ATC just confirmed 06 for the A380. That is excellent news. So Joner, it is at the moment approximately 16 degrees centigrade. So that is just over 60 degrees Fahrenheit, 62-ish. EasyJet A320neo arriving from Edinburgh, Edinburgh. Right, folks, turn around the camera. Up next, 777 time. It is another big bird, and the big bird is China Cargo Airlines. A little bit of a boring livery, if you ask me, but it is a 777 freighter, brand new in fact. Well, according to the definition that Flightradar uses for brand new, which means that it had its first flight June last year. This 777 freighter is originating from Shanghai, and there it left 10 hours 33 minutes ago. Thanks for the kind words, Case. And really nice that you have been checking it out from the beginning. Then the progression that the channel has made in terms of audio and video quality will probably be apparent for you. And thanks for your patience and sticking out with me when things weren't still the way they are at the moment. And thanks for the update, Joner, who says that the A380 is in Dutch airspace in the meantime. So, good things are coming. You hear that same whirring sound, or whatever you would call it, whistle, the tune that you hear with the 300s. Really awesome. George also mentioning that the A380 just entered the border near Enschede. Alrighty, let me take this moment to zoom out a little bit. Yeah, so the A380 is now flying in the direction of Zwolle, where the standard arrival is leading to, and from there going to the southwest from Lelystad to Almere, and then probably going to Hilversum and continue further southwest. So it's still a bit out. And thank you, Kale, for saying that this is a good spot for streaming. It is actually. A lot of people are also nearby, next to me. It is not an official spotter's place, but it is well known to people who like airplanes that this is a good location here where you can take photographs and film from. Next up, Aer Lingus, flight 604, arriving from Dublin, where it departed an hour and 6 minutes ago. The airplane is 18 years old, first flight January 2005. Gillian Pie just in time, back from lunch. The A380 is going to come to runway 06, so don't go anywhere. Gijspers asks if you can park near the beginning of the Polderbaan. Well, there's a parking space over at the Spottersplatz. There's also, well, you need to know where you can park, but you can also park near the crossing leading to the parking place of the Spottersplatz, and from there you can walk to the beginning of the Polderbaan runway. I always park my car a bit further out. I have a little cart that I can use, that I can drive all my equipment in, so I don't have to carry all the stuff myself. But I do park it further out and then walk the last bit, because there are parking prohibitions in that part leading up to where I was standing yesterday. And Rolf wonders, is the location where I'm at wheelchair accessible? I can show you. I'm standing here in the grass field, and the hard part is that here where the people are standing, there are a few tiles, but the tiles have holes in them, and the downside is the road leading to this part is not accessible for cyclists or for pedestrians. So that means that you have to be careful not to get run over by trucks that are mostly driving there. So is this place wheelchair accessible? Well, you can get nearby, but even getting nearby is quite hard actually to do when you're in a wheelchair, particularly if you come on your own. If you do get stuck somewhere, it can be a bit tricky, so I definitely wouldn't go on a whim, and prepare if you are planning on going here. Yeah, and I noticed it too, Ellie. Just try to ignore it. Alright, so next up, Vueling A320neo arriving from Barcelona. This is a neo that left Barcelona an hour and 49 minutes ago. The airplane, 3 years old, first flight July 2019. Yes, Rolf, I think that the Polderbaan is the best option, because you can park there, and everything that you want to go to from where you can park your car is tarmac, cycling path as well. So it is all very wheelchair accessible in that part. Also, the Spottersplatz near the McDonald's, well, the parking place at the McDonald's is also tarmac most of the part. So, and also the cycling path next to it, leading to the location that I use when I'm spotting from over there, is also tarmac and has been laid relatively recently, so it's also good quality. So that is also a place where you can get next to the airplanes quite easily, but this would probably be the least wheelchair accessible place of all the locations that I know. Emily, you're absolutely right. You're welcome, Rolf. You're welcome. Little bit of banking left and right. Wind has picked up a little bit compared to earlier this morning. Then again, that is typical that wind picks up during the day. Next up, heavies. First heavy, this one. What is it? KLM flight 751, arriving from Guayaquil, where it left 11 hours and 3 minutes ago. This is a 777-200 ER, 18 years old, first flight September 2004. And thanks for the update, George. So A380 is over Lelystad now, which means that it's going to fly to the southwest and basically fly on the downwind leg before turning to the northwest, flying base, and then turning final. Hopefully it will pass us by on the left hand side. So that we might be able to see it on the final stages of its downwind leg. So yeah, Miguel, we would expect A380 in 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit more. And yes, Doors Player, it was confirmed on ATC that it's going to land on 06, so we are in luck. It's going to come in very close by. Time for another heavy. This time round, KLM flight 744. It is arriving from Lima, where it left 11 hours and 49 minutes ago. So almost half a day underway, this airplane. The Boeing 777-300 ER that we are seeing is 5 years old and had its first flight in September 2017. You're absolutely right, Ellie. It is a lucky day. Absolutely. That's a very good suggestion there, Yorkshire. Buy a lottery ticket today. See if Murphy's Law works the other way around as well. Alright, let's have a look. A380 is now in the vicinity of Almere, flying on its downwind leg. First up is going to be a Transavia arriving from Faro, 737-800. What else? I should almost say. Following it. Transavia flight 5356, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Faro in Portugal, where it left 2 hours 52 minutes ago. This airplane, 9 years old, first flight February 2014. And that's a nice prospect there, Donna. KLM city break in July, visiting the kids, visiting Madurodam with the kids. Excellent. Miniature Netherlands. If you've never been, definitely worth visiting if you're in the vicinity. Well, buttery smooth, nothing more to say. Now in the meantime, the Silkway West Queen has taken its spot next to the Emirates Schiphol, and they have started unloading. Let's quickly turn around the camera because, as Jonah was already remarking, there is an A330 coming and she's close, so let's zoom in and follow the last bit of its arrival. So this is Delta Airlines flight 144. Airbus A330-300 arriving from Seattle, where it left 9 hours 17 minutes ago. This airplane, 18 years old, had its first flight in May 2005. Good question, Doors player. I'm having a look. I think I do see it actually. Let's see. There it is. That's it, isn't it? Or is it a different airplane? I think it is. I think it is the A380. Flying at 4,350 feet. You can see that there are a few low clouds in the meantime. We didn't have those when I was setting up. Probably going to re-emerge over there, yeah. Yeah, good point you're making there, Ellie. I think I am reversed in the wrong direction. And Han, thank you too for the warning. Mind the cables, mind your step. Keep forgetting to rotate in the other direction. But anyway, it is approaching. It is flying base, downwind for arrival over here in a few minutes. So if you need to use a bathroom for a bathroom break, you still have a few minutes. If you need to grab a fresh cup of coffee or make a cup of tea, do that now. You still have a few minutes before the A380 in the special Destination Dubai multicolored livery will be landing right before our very eyes. Two more planes preceding it. A 737 from Norwegian, an A320 from BA City Flyer. Looks like the Emirates A380 is going to be number 3. It's also going to be the last airplane of the day. After that I am going to wrap it up. Don't know yet when I'm going to go out tomorrow. I am looking to go out again tomorrow, but if it's going to be in the morning or in the afternoon, I don't know yet. I've been going out in the mornings now for 2 days, so maybe I'm going out later during the day tomorrow. As soon as I know, I will let you guys know. It's always a very last minute decision that I'm making. And Amelie says that the A380 is now also the number 5 tracked on flight radar. Hopefully all those people checking on flight radar also are looking at AMS Live so that they can see it in real life. Looking at the blip on the screen is only so much fun. This is Norwegian Airways flight 1256 Boeing 737-800 arriving from Oslo. It left an hour and 26 minutes ago from Oslo, and this airplane is 7 years old, had its first flight in July 2015. And this a plain Jane plane, so to speak, in that there is no grumpy man or woman depicted on the tail. All right, now let's see. The next two airplanes visible already. In the foreground we have British Airways, and that is a plain Jane plane airplane. I'm going to forgo it. I'm going to stick with the A380, which is arriving in the distance, now flying in the vicinity of the Kaag. Destination Dubai, special livery, Emirates A380 Super, arriving from Dubai, flight 147. The daily flight left Dubai 6 hours and 19 minutes ago. This airplane is 9 years old. I'm talking about the A380. Had its first flight in November 2013 already. That gives me a few moments to say thank you so much, Evan, for another super sticker. Really appreciate, my friend. Now I see that we have a lot of viewers in the meantime, so thank you all for tuning into AMS Live. Welcome. My name is Boy. We're looking at the last airplane of today's live stream, the daily Emirates A380 Super. If you guys are liking content like this, if you want to see the A380 more often, consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't done so already. I'm out several times a week. We see the A380 often and regularly. Although not necessarily during each stream, but we do see it on a regular basis. I want to go ahead and thank each and every one of you already for tuning in again today and hanging out with me on this Friday morning stream. I've had a blast and I hope you guys did too. As I was saying before, I am looking to go out again tomorrow. Don't know yet what time. I will let you know once I know myself. Thank you all for your ongoing support. Today we reached the 4K mark in subscribers. Joyous occasion. Well, for making this possible. Thank you all so much. After the landing, I'm going to wrap it up. So I'm already going to say my goodbyes. Thank you all. If I don't see you again during the next upcoming streams, then hopefully we will meet again soon. If it is still day over where you are living, enjoy the rest of your day. If it is night, good night, sleep tight. Take care. Let me now shut up. Let me for the occasion re-enable digital zoom. It doesn't provide the best image quality, but it does allow us to look at the airplane a bit better from so far away. It's probably going to taxi around the main terminal building on the east side. We can often see it parked when you're spotting from the Polderbaan. That means looking from the northwest to the southeast, so it's probably going to be on the northwestern side of the main terminal area, which means that we are going to lose it insofar as it is still visible. Also, because of the heat distortion, it's very difficult to get the image more sharper than it currently is. I won't forget to buy that lottery ticket, Evan. Wings melting like being absorbed by the earth. I am going to wrap it up with these images. Once again, thank you all so much for joining me. I will see you at the next one. Bye for now.